Good afternoon, everyone. Hamadakyapi, Chante Waste Nabechiazapi, Wagmizawiamachiapi. Hello, everybody. My name is Kelsey Tortolita. I'm the 2021. I'm the 2021-2022 IAIA Ambassador, and I will be starting with a prayer today. I ask that you pray with me in your own way. Creator, thank you for bringing us all together to celebrate this day. I ask that you keep the students and staff safe and healthy in the coming year. I also ask that you keep their families safe and healthy as well, so that they may have less worries and peace of mind. For the new students who may be far from home or may have a hard time being away from family, please give them comfort as they continue their education. Bless them with good thoughts so that they may have a strong start to their time with us at IAIA. Also give comfort to the staff and faculty that work so hard for the students. With that, I want to say thank you again, Creator. Piramaya. Secondly, I would also like to introduce Dr. Robert Martin, President of IAIA.
Thank you, Kelsey, for the opening prayer. That's so important. It always sets the tone for our gatherings, our meetings, and it's an important part of our culture to do that, to get started in a good way. And so Kelsey's as she says, our IAIA ambassador, and she represents the college at a lot of important functions, not only on campus but off campus. And hopefully we'll have more of the off campus as we move out of this pandemic crisis, but we're hoping that occurs very soon. But I want to welcome all of you to our open house, and especially those that can join us in person, as well as those who are not able to come to campus, but will be able to go to our website at iaia.edu for information there. Our landing page has the open house, and there'll be live streaming as well as pre-recorded programming on that, so you can participate whether you're here or not. But some of the events, you have the schedule. You can see the number that we have. We have an open house committee. They've been working hard, and they've gotten all of our faculty and staff involved in it. But as you know, our mission is to empower creativity and leadership in Native arts and cultures. And you're going to see that manifested as you tour the camp. If you take one of the guided tours or any of the events that you visit, you're going to see the creativity of our students in action and our faculty and staff as well. And so I always get excited. You know, last year we had a virtual open house, and it's not the same as having people here. We were able to open our campus to the public in July, and then, of course, we've had the dreaded Delta variant come through, but we're trying to keep everybody safe. That's why we ask for everybody we requested that you'd be vaccinated, and of course we mandate the mask for everybody. And so just keep everybody safe. That's a priority for us. And unfortunately, we've had a few positive cases, but we seem to have that limited to 4 or 5, and there wasn't community spread. So that's a real blessing for us. And if you were here earlier, you saw a nice addition to our campus in the western part. We have the Mowat crest pole, and that's from the Northwest, first Canadian artist, Ken Mowat, and it's beautiful. What a nice addition. And so we have another piece of artwork from the Northwest, and the raven, and it's actually it tells the story of raven putting light into the sky and on earth here. And so that's an important part. They said as the prayer was being said and we were speaking, that a raven flew by. Becky was telling me about that. I didn't actually notice it. The wind came, and so it was a very special occasion, and that's going to be a blessing for our campus. But you can see the list of activities. A favorite's always the bronze pour, and we're going to have glass blowing that's, I think, will be starting soon, if not already, over in the Sculpture and Foundry building. We're going to have an acting class in this building, and our performing arts professor, Jonah, is going to be instructing for that, and I think perhaps I should be in that class as well. So for performance, that's important. But as you go out, creative writing readings are taking place across the campus. We have a library book sale. We're a land grant program. A lot of people don't know. They know us for the fine arts or studio arts, all the academic programs that we have here. But we're also a land grant institution. 1994, all tribal colleges are. And we have a relationship with the Department of Agriculture, and we've got a community garden you can take a look at. And we also have the Thunder Bees, our honeybee hives, and we just started that in the past year, and that's a nice addition to the campus as well. And our students have been enthusiastic about working in the gardens, and we have faculty and staff that have plots there. And there's one of our famous alums right there, Linda Lomahoptua. She's an alum, and she retired after, you said 38 years as studio 40. Yes. Well, thank you. And that's her daughter too, Tatiana. But we have a community here. We're small, but we're close, and we'd like to say we're like family. And sometimes we fight like family, but we always come together, and we want to support our students and provide services that they need. And so you're being here, learning more about our mission and programs. We like to share our beautiful campus with as many people as possible. I still encounter, this is my 15th year at IAIA, I still encounter people in Santa Fe that have never been to our campus. So I want to thank you for coming out and joining us today, and if you could spread the word. But that's why we have the open house and we have other public events. We want people to know about the mission of the Institute of American Indian Arts, our storied history and our traditions. Wherever you go and there's native arts and cultures, there's exhibitions, there's going to be some connection to the Institute of American Indian Arts. And of course, this is our main campus. Our museum director is here, Patsy Phillips, and she's done a great job. You should stop by there if you haven't seen those exhibitions yet. They're all, we've not only increased our reputation and for what we're doing in the museum nationwide, but internationally. And as most of you probably know, we did receive a gift from unrestricted gift of $5 million the campus did, and the Scott gift, and so did the museum, $3 million. And so I think that's a tribute to our work here, our mission programs, and the leadership that we have through Patsy and others. We've got a strong team here, and again, I want to welcome you and thank you for coming out for this open house, and thank you so much. Wado. Oh yes, as you can see on the map and everything, there's food stations across the campus with refreshments and food, so we can't have a gathering here without food. Reading here by some of our current students in the undergraduate program as well as the graduate program. So please stay with us if you'd like to hear some creative writing, poetry and prose, and it's great. Thank you. Good.
Okay, so anyway, I'll see you some other time, but I just wanted to say that.
Well, thank you. I look forward to working with you. So, is this the main reading here?
For the creative writing? Yeah.
All right.
Do you want me to go now?
Point to you.
Okay.
So just give me like 1 moment.
Okay.
And definitely speak up.
Does it even? Oh, the mic's for the. Okay.
I should focus on it. Do that next time.
That's okay. Okay.
How's the mic position?
That should be good.
Okay.
Yeah. Yay! Thank you. Ayat Shara Anna Shabala Yan Sha Sanjikin Neshle Dash Chitney Bashes Chin Twitzel Nishache Nast Aja Chanela. So the microphone here, just to kind of give you an update, the microphone here is for the live, so there's no really any sound that's in here because of the acoustics. So that's why I'm going to speak up as much as I can for all of you guys. So thank you. My name is Roanna Shabala. I am a alumni from here from IAIA. I worked, and also I work here as the Alumni Relations Officer, but I am a 2021 graduate of the MFA Creative Writing Program. My emphasis is in poetry, so there's 2 of us that will be reading our material. So I hope you guys enjoy it. So I'm going to share a couple of poems with you guys. Thank you for coming to our beautiful campus and for your attention. So here we go. I am their invention, Hojon. I give this to you a blessing. The world before me is restored in beauty. The world behind me is restored in beauty. The world below me is restored in beauty. The world above me is restored in beauty. I give this to you, a hymn. I am the song creator. I am the daughter of my mother, harmonizing the song she sang to me as a baby. The breath she gave me crafts the whistle of the wind. Senjikina painted on the walls of Canyon Deshe, eyes for stars, dreamer, crystal gazer. I am the storyteller. I am my father's daughter, stories given to me in the canyons of Nazliti, the water that trails through the Arizona stands, Deschitni flows through the rivers of my veins, the ceremony that was given to me, my pen and instrument used in my ritual for healing hand trembler. Let this poem vibrate through your ears. Let our words as poets be a remedy. Let our poems as prayers for protection, a kind heart, and an identity. I am the poet. I am the eldest to my brother and sisters, the scratching of ink from pen to parchment, a spoken word he pushed onto the stage, the spark he created with flint, brass bucket, twitsoni, water woman. I am the author. I am my grandparents' grandchild, recording the origin stories with the 4 strands of my bloodline, writing with ink given to me from generation to generation on nostalgia dene'a, intertwining them layer by layer, handcrafted loom rug weaver. Watch the morning dawn rise to our ceremony. Just like every dancer and writer and musician, we speak, we dance, we sing. We do this for those who cannot. We are the keepers of a sacred rite, the painter, the dancer, the musician, the poet. I am their invention. My voice is restored in beauty. It is finished 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 in beauty. I am their art. Hojon. Thank you so much. So I have one more poem for you guys. Thank you for everybody. Thank you again for joining us. I am also a spoken word artist, so a lot of my poems I like to be very animate with my body. So here we go. I remember my mother telling me, if you drink coffee when you're young, you'll always be short. 5-3 and my coffee is strong this morning. As I sit here and sip all of its bitter taste, I seem to have grown to enjoy. When I was a kid, my dad let me sample his coffee, the strong stuff, straight out of a saucer filled with boiling water and coffee grinds, 2 spoonfuls of sugar and no cream. It was bitter. I learned to take life with a minimum amount of sweet. That was a moment I stopped growing as the children around me continued to sprout into skyscrapers placed in the middle of the reservation, and I remained a Hogan, my traditional home. Single story, one room with 2 windows on the north and south ends of this home, and round, soft dirt floors that kept the imprints of my feet vivid. A fire placed in the center. The smell of burning oak, cedar, and pine trees never seemed to leave my hair, or the songs that have been sung throughout this home, bouncing off the walls over and over and over. It has become more poetry than song. This is my body. I know the origins of my blood. It's the first thing my parents taught me. I can date it back to the beginning of time. My body is ancient. Let me tell you of the story of the first time that I ran east. How my twin sons visited their father, the sun. My twins visited their father, the sun. How I used the mud off of my skin to create the people of this world. Let me tell you how I climbed the cliffs of Canyon de Chelly, how the broken nails and the broken my feet felt as I climbed the cliffs of Canyon de Chelly, hiding from the cavalry, how cold that winter was when they told us to make that long walk, and the electricity in the air when they said we can return home. Let me tell you how the missionaries beat me with leather each time that I spoke my name in my mother tongue, how I ran from their schools, and how the stars looked at night. Let me tell you how I raised my fist in the air with a patch on my shoulder with the emblem of AIM as I watched the government take Leonard Peltier as if keeping him behind bars is the only way to save that man and to kill his Indian. Let me show you how I cried as I watched my Hopi sister die in uniform for this country in foreign lands. Let me tell you how my body trembled as I see the 7th generation being surrounded by attack dogs, men in uniform with a preferred taste of oil than clean water, praying that they don't pull that trigger. Today's cavalry, you see, we learn to take life with a minimum amount of sweet. Like our mother's songs. Our Father's Spirit. Our elders' stories. And how our children is holding on to our culture for dear life. You see, I'm holding back my tears as I whisper a prayer, as I drink my coffee with 2 spoonfuls of sugar and no cream. Thank you very much again. I hope you guys enjoy yourself.
I'm an alumna from the MFA Creative Writing Program, both in screenwriting last year, 2020, and now this year, Creative Nonfiction, 2021. I finished both during this pandemic as a single mother, and that is part of the gift that IAIA brought to me through their MFA low-res program. This is a piece that I'm working on. That's one of the gifts that I believe IAIA, with its MFA program, provided, is that it provides a safe place to be able to explore my indigeneity, who I am as a woman, who I am as a matriarch, who I am in my community, who I am through my culture. It gives me a chance to search my voice, to strengthen it. And I'm so grateful to the MFA, to the IAIA community. Colonization killed my cousin, and it took her 2 young boys too. It led them to believe that who they were, Indians, indigenous, native, Dene, was not good enough. Colonization killed my cousin because it killed her father first. It killed my Nolly, and it easily could have killed me too. Colonization killed my cousin the same way it begins to kill everyone at first. By creeping in, by making us doubt our own stories. We begin to doubt our own lives. Colonization killed my cousin by killing our parents and their parents and their parents and their parents' parents, their spirit, their desire, their minds. I called my aunt, their mother, Shibiji, to explain why I didn't want to make it to go to my cousin's, to her daughter's funeral. How instead of sinking into the chasm of her absence and the pain of grief, I instead chose to celebrate my cousin's life by celebrating our Dene ways. Our Dene ways that I knew my cousin was searching for, yearning for, and learning when she could. Asking the questions that she sent me messages on Facebook about, or how I felt my cousin's spirit with me as I shucked nada for the nitsiddigo, kneel down bread. How the smiles on the little kids' faces playing with the caterpillars in the corn could have been the smiles on my baby nephew's faces. And how I learned to make achi, how the intestines slipped over and loosened themselves from the fat no matter how carefully I placed my fingers. How the smell of the roasted corn we harvested that day filled the air with its blessing. I told my aunt that I helped butcher a sheep, but I didn't tell her that I was taking the life of this animal and that I felt more connected to the earth, my friends, to life, and my cousin than I ever thought I would. That as I reached my hand between its skin and its still warm fat, that I felt its sacrifice as food for others, for me, for us. And where others may say our cousin's life was wasted from drinking and wandering aimlessly from bar to bar, I chose to see the struggle, to connect to this, to return to what she and we forgot. I did not tell my aunt this. My aunt, Shibiji, I did tell her, though, that my sister cousin was there with me. And she told me, no, she wasn't. She's with God. She's with Jesus. She's with her Creator. She's with the one true Savior, and she's now at peace. And I wondered, where was my cousin's peace when she was alive? Because I know that she was searching for it, and I know she had not found it. And I did not tell my aunt that the peace my cousin found was not because of Jesus or God, but in the release of my cousin's broken spirit. Her spirit's ability to return to the world unhindered, now mended, now whole, now returned to all of us. I did not tell my aunt, Shibiji, this because I know that she was in pain and that these outsider stories that she tells herself were a way to reconcile what was torn down from her and what she thought had saved her life. The story the colonizers still want us to believe that we find Jesus, we discover rather than we create. That we create love, that we create beauty, that we are the creators. They said we find God outside ourselves, that we look outside of ourselves and our community for acceptance and guidance, but we forgot about our communities. We forgot about our families. We forgot about the power that lies within us, connected to each other and to the animals and to the earth. And for her remaining brother, my older cousin, my aunt, their mother, may not approve of me saying any of this, and neither may some of my family. But I have to tell it like it is. Because the truth, as they say, sometimes hurts. And it's been painful to watch my cousins die this way, and I know I'm not alone. I did not tell my aunt that colonization killed my cousin because of the alcohol. I did not tell my aunt that colonization killed her grandbabies through suicide. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. On all the TVs across campus, we have the schedule and we have a map. You should also have a paper version. There are several in-person happenings, many throughout campus, and we're going to continue to live stream
Hello. Yes, hi, I'm Russell. And so Frost Fowler and I are demonstrating some technology we're using on campus. Hi, I'm Russell. And so Frost Fowler and I are demonstrating some technology we're using on campus. Hi, I'm Russell. And so Frost Fowler and I are demonstrating some technology we're using on campus. Hi, I'm Russell. Hi, I'm Russell. And so Frost Fowler and I are demonstrating some technology we're using on campus. Hi, I'm Russell.
Good afternoon. We're having some technical difficulties with some Zoom feedback. Stay tuned. We'll try to make the connection again. Thank you. Thank you for attending our virtual open house. If you're watching this on Facebook or on our website, we are going to try to connect to our online learning department again, where they're going to give us a brief presentation on how we utilize some of our technology for courses and for distant learning. So stand by.
And of course, the tower doesn't zoom in quite as well if people have masks on. Hello. I'm Russell Stallings, Director of Online Learning at IAIA, and we've set up a little demonstration of some of the technology we're using on campus. Like so many schools, we're using Zoom, of course, and then with the help of a grant from the American Indian College Fund, we've also purchased several meeting towers. And so right now you can see in the top of the screen, you see the whole room, and off to the left, you'll see Frost Fowler, our videographer. And this device actually allows then a student who's remote, maybe even in another state, to participate in a class session as if they were there and see everyone who's in the room. So Frost can speak a few minutes, tell us about what it was like to take video of the raising of the totem pole earlier today.
Good afternoon. My name is Frost Fowler. I come from Kaibito, Arizona, and I graduated from the Cinematic Arts program here at the Institute of American Indian Arts in 2017. And since last spring, I've been working with the online learning department in producing distant learning videos for various instructors, demonstration in the studios, for use for the online courses and to supplement in-person classes. So this morning I was tasked with filming the raising of the totem pole, a crest totem pole out near the dance circle. So I had a fellow student, cinematic arts student here that helped me out. His name's Michael. And Fuku was also another student who helped in photography. And it was a good event. We had two cameras covering the two-camera coverage, and the cameras we were using are the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema camera 4K and a Blackmagic Pocket Cinema 6K, and it was a beautiful weather today.
Tell us a little bit about the different kind of instructional videos you've helped faculty make. I know you've worked with Daisy on ceramics.
Yes, so we did quite a bit, a handful of ceramics demonstrations, how to make a slip cast mold, and also making glazes and mixing glazes. So yeah, it was a very informational on my end, but I love working with the instructors and setting the time and with an intention to shape these videos for like I thought about how I would film this video if I were a student myself, and what did I want to see closer, what did I want to focus more on, and what the instructor was showcasing. So yeah, it took a lot of versatility.
So this device we're using actually zooms in automatically to the most recent people to speak. So I'm not controlling anything, I'm not touching anything. I can just talk. I can talk to my students like I'm talking to Frost, and I don't have to wonder about who's visible on the screen. So this is just an example of how we're using technology to help our students succeed and continue with their programs during this pandemic. using Zoom, our instructors can also share their screen, share information with students during class. So for example, I can share a figure, and here's one of the visuals I use to help faculty prepare for a new semester and think about the kinds of course material that will appear on Zoom versus the sorts of things that they'll do outside of class sessions. And so it takes some getting used to. It's taken getting used to, but our students and faculty have been very resilient and have figured out how to make technology work to keep the semester going.
And seeing the Zoom meeting on this large monitor really helps also.
Yeah, because it's like you can see classmates, you can see who else is in the room, and interact with them. And as a teacher, I can see their faces or their presence, and I can talk to them from here, as well as talk to students who are in the room. That's the essence of our demonstration. One other thing.
Betsy's on the call too.
Okay. One other thing that we can demonstrate, and I'll be right there. Let me share my screen again. Another feature of our use of Zoom, and that is that we make video recordings of our class sessions. And one of the things that this does is it allows students who may have to be absent for one reason or another to actually see the class session. And right here, one of the automatic things that happens when you record a Zoom class session is there's a transcript. So I could look for a particular word and it would find it in this transcript and then jump me to the point in the transcript where that was happening. And that's our demonstration. And we're happy to take questions, but I have a feeling with the live stream, it's one way. So, but we're here, and actually we'll have this meeting going. You can get to it from the open house page. And if you want to drop in on this meeting, you're welcome to talk to us. I will, to finish up, Betsy Walker is another member of our online learning team, and she's been great helping teachers and students with Canvas and with all the technology and techniques of learning and teaching online.
Here's what I found.
Hey, I'm not talking to you. Sorry, I was talking to Siri. So we're glad you could drop in, Betsy.
Well, I'm always happy to join.
Thank you all, those of you who watch this live stream. And we'll be doing another demonstration later this afternoon. And you can drop in and out of the Zoom session from the open house homepage.
I'd like to just put in extra. Can I do that? Can I just add an extra word here? Just.
And the live stream is going to go on to the next piece in the agenda.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right.
Thank you for watching the virtual open house. Coming up next, we are going to meet with the MFA in Studio Arts faculty, and we're going to talk with them about the program. They're going to provide an overview, so stay tuned. That is supposed to happen here at 2 p.m.
We're not live, are we?
Hi, my name is Mario Caro, and I'm here with.
Hi, my name is Dawn Martinez. I am the program coordinator for the MFA Studio Arts program.
And we're going to provide you with an overview of the program. It's a brand new program, and we're very excited about it. And we appreciate you being here and being interested in the program. I'm going to share some images with you that will help us work through this. If we go to the very beginning. So the program just started this year. This is the first cohort. We accepted 11 folks into the program, and they began their studies in July. So I should give you a little bit of an overview of what is unique about our program. It's a 2-year program, which in itself is not unique, but what is different is that it's a low residency program. This means that people can maintain their connections to their community while they're doing this work. And often that displacement, taking people away from their community, and the readjustment to a new setting, the hardship of moving and all of that often causes a lot of disruption. And so our aim is to try to maintain those connections and have your work continue without much disruption. Another unique thing about the program is that it's based on indigenous knowledge. It is the Institute of American Indian Arts, and all that we do here is centered on indigenous knowledge and indigenous methodologies, ways of thinking about the world from an indigenous perspective. Another thing that we emphasize is that we address issues that are pertinent today. So it does reflect the history and challenges faced by indigenous communities at the moment. So why an MFA? This is a basic question. Folks are looking to an MFA for a variety of reasons. One of them is to continue to professionalize their practice, to increase their knowledge of contemporary art, to be able to in a more articulate way, be able to contextualize their work. But in addition to that, it also is a credential that a lot of folks seek in order to go on to other parts of their career. Say if they want to do some teaching, sometimes the MFA is a requirement to certain grant opportunities or other residencies, for example, things like that that require that higher level of a credential. And I'll let Dawn explain what the model is, what the structure is of the program.
Yeah, so the MFA SA, which we've abbreviated it, it's a 2-year, this is a 2-year program model. We begin with our fall semester of their first year, which is a residency program, followed by a mentorship and an art history course. The following semester would be the spring semester, which we do begin our semester with a residency program. Usually it's between 6 to 9 days in person, but we've been having them online. That is also followed by a mentorship and an art history course, which is another level, the 513, as you can see. The second year, we begin with fall semester and our residency 3, which is followed by a mentorship and your art history 531 course, and your final semester, which would be your 2 years at that point, semester, residency 4, mentorship and art history 612, and we end the residency, well, we end the program with an exhibition. Did you want to add anything to that, Mario?
Yeah, no, just that even though the residencies happen a little bit before each semester and they are our main opportunity to meet face to face, they're still part of that semester. So usually, for example, the July residency is part of the fall residency, and the January residency is part of our spring semester. So yeah, so it's all part of the same thing as it's illustrated here. And I can, did you want to talk a little bit about the residencies themselves, or?
Sure. So the residencies programs, like Mario was saying, they do begin before each semester. We offer a 9-day residency, which students and mentors do engage in critiques and discussions. This does allow them to develop a studio plan for the following 16-week period. At this time, for determining mentorships, as well as an opportunity for students to cohere as a cohort. So it's a pretty engaging time during the residency, where students are getting to know one another and also getting to know their mentors. This does build a very good rapport with the students, which we have completed one residency already, and we are getting ready to start our second residency here in January.
Yeah, so each semester gets kind of reinvented in terms of the studio side of things, right? The art history side is a 4-course cycle. We have that pretty much settled, but each semester you sort of reinvent your studio plan, and you do that in collaboration with your mentor. So that residency gives an opportunity for folks to kind of find the best fit between their project and the mentor that they want to work with, so that they can both go through the process of planning, developing that studio plan. And yeah, maybe I can say a little bit about the mentorships. You know, these are very intimate situations where it's almost one-on-one. So right now we have 5 mentors and 11 mentees or students. And so each mentor has 2 students, with the exception of one who has 3. So it's sort of like 2-on-1. You get to work with some of the best folks in the field, and we'll go through some of those profiles in a minute. But the idea is to have this almost an apprenticeship with a mentor, where the relationship is very close, and mentors provide feedback, provide support. It does include some reading and writing, but again, this is all between you and the mentor. The art history course is a much more traditional course where you will do reading and you will do some more formal kind of writing. And so, as you saw in the charts before, people are working simultaneously, but they do have the opportunity to focus on a particular emphasis if they desire. So you could, if you're an artist who's traditionally done, or up to this point has done printmaking, for example, you can maintain that focus, and you can follow up a series of studio plans that emphasize, say, a 2D practice. If you're a 3D person, if you're a sculptor or do installation work, then this would be the appropriate way to go, which was to follow an emphasis in 3D. And then if you do other kinds of work, if you do performance art or community engagement kind of projects, or you're multidisciplinary, and that you'll do a little bit of this and then a little bit of that, then the integrated emphasis is probably the thing you'd want to do. And I mentioned earlier that the art history courses are pretty much a very focused and more regimented thing, and I can give you a little bit of an overview of each of the courses. So the first one you take is Art History 500, and that's mainly a survey of contemporary art, contemporary native art, and it gives you an excellent idea of work that's being done, and not just in the U.S. and North America, but globally as well. One of the things that I want to emphasize is that is part of the program, is that it has a global perspective. So we're thinking about indigenous arts in a very broad way. Of course, we begin with an emphasis on where we are. We're situated here in Santa Fe, and which is the homeland of 19 pueblos plus other communities, including Navajo and Apache. So we're very mindful of where we are, and we're very attentive to the kinds of practices that are here. But then we go beyond that, and we cover a national situation as well as an international one as part of this exploration of contemporary native art. And then Art History 513, we dive into a more rigorous investigation of theory, indigenous theories around art practices and other types of practices. But this is the place where we get to think deeply about how work gets produced, distributed, disseminated, and how it gets consumed by viewers. But all of this is taking into account an indigenous perspective. And there are many theories out there as to how to do this kind of thing. So for example, in terms of the second phase of things, dissemination, distribution, one of those venues would be a museum. So within the museum world, there have been developments where theories about indigenous curation have been articulated. And so this would be the class where we would explore those kinds of issues. 612 is more about, I have a feeling, I'm wondering if I skipped one. I think there's one, we're missing one here. Art 612 is Dialogues in American Indian Art and Policy, and that's much more of a look at the pragmatic aspects of art production. What are the laws that protect Native artists, for example? There's the Indian Arts and Crafts Act, which states that art that's labeled as Native art has to be something that was produced by a Native artist. And there are ramifications if that's not the case. There are other laws in place and regulations and different kinds of market analysis that we'll make in order to kind of investigate the more sort of nuts and bolts aspects of being a Native artist. What is the business of art is one of the things that we would investigate here as well. I want to talk a little bit about our faculty, going back to the mentors. These are practitioners who range widely. Most, if not all, of our present faculty have practices that are community-based as well as avant-garde types of practices. So it's a pretty wide range of expertise that they have. So they can talk about things like carving or basketry, while at the same time being able to talk about installation art, video work, more conceptually driven kind of work. The nuts and bolts of the application process for the program have just a few aspects to it. One is an online application. This is an online form that you fill out. If you go to our website, and we'll give you the links at the end, I think, you can see that it's just a pretty simple form. Part of the form asks you for a fee. I think it's a minimal fee, so $25. Then you also need to have 2 letters of recommendation that are sent into admissions. You will also arrange for transcripts to be sent. So requirement is that you have a bachelor's degree. It doesn't need to be a bachelor's degree in art, but you do have to have a bachelor's degree in order to apply for the program. Then there's a personal statement in which you'll talk about how you've been developing your practice, and then also you'll want to address what you hope to do in your time here at IAI pursuing your MFA program. And then last is it's a portfolio that we ask for. And again, all of this is detailed on our webpage. But the portfolio, we're asking for 20 images that have been done over the course of the last 3 years or so. So, pretty recent art that provides us with an idea of what your practice is about. So it should be about, your 20 best images that you can provide us. In terms of tuition, it's pretty straightforward. It's $7,500 per semester. There are a couple of other fees involved. There's a $300 technology fee, which covers licenses for a bunch of software that you have access to, and other needs you might have that are technology based. You also have an exhibition fee because each semester you'll be putting your work on display in the gallery here or in some other way. Through the pandemic, we've been doing these virtual exhibitions, so that's one way. One of the things that that fee covers. It'll also cover shipping and all kinds of other things when we actually put the work on display. There may be other smaller fees, like the application fee that I mentioned. And once you've been approved, we also ask for a deposit. I think it's a $200 deposit, just to let us know that you're committed to come into the program. Now, I mentioned the faculty before, and I can introduce you briefly to the folks that are on board right now. So I'm very happy to say that Charlene Teeters is one of our faculty members. She was until recently a dean here at the school, and she's very well known for a lot of things beyond her art practice, which include some of the activities that she pioneered very early on around issues of mascots and mascot representation. But since the 80s, she's been very active as an artist, always addressing these kind of social issues in her work. So we're very pleased to have her with us. And I can show you some examples of the work. This is an image, a photographic image titled Ways of Sorrows, which was an installation at our museum. We also have a museum here at the Museum of Contemporary Native Arts. And I can give you a little glimpse as to how that image was then incorporated into the installation. So this is the installation view of that piece. I can also show you some of her very earlier works, where she's also done a lot of painting, and this is one of the this is representative of her painting work. Raven Chacon is another member of our faculty. He's primarily known as a composer. In fact, he, along with a whole group of folks who put on, I'm not remembering the name of the opera, but they were recently distinguished as I think it was the LA Times that named them the best opera of last year. That's before the pandemic hit. But he does a lot of different work. He's also known for his collaboration with a group called Post Commodity. And I can show you an example. Some of you may be familiar with this piece. This became really well known, and there was actually a documentary made that traveled around quite a bit. But this is a repellent fence, and it's a large installation piece, I guess you could call it. It could be land art. It could be called a lot of things, but it was, monumental in scale. And it's hard to see in the image here, but here's the border between the U.S. and Mexico. And as you can see, this line of balloons traversed that space perpendicularly and acted as a way of kind of uniting these two spaces. The cities on each side of the border collaborated on this. And so it took many years to arrange for this piece to happen, and needed cross-border collaboration, and that was part of the piece, not just the actual work, but the process that they went through in terms of producing the piece. Another example of his work is this performance of a composition called Rapport, which is a musical piece made for firearms. So as you can see here, folks will take the score and then perform by discharging their firearms sequentially according to the score. He's also a printmaker. He does it all. So this is a part of a series of prints that he made for commemorating. It's a series of 12 commemorating Native women composers. Sarah Seastream is another one of our faculty members. She's based out on the West Coast in Portland. And again, a wide range of practices, from traditional weaving, where she'll do the harvesting, the dyeing, and the actual production of the basket. And I can give you some examples of that. But she's also a painter, and printmaker, installation person. It's a lot of different types of work that she does. This is a piece she calls Binary Code PhD. And again, you can see this is traditionally manufactured. They got on like a house on fire. Right? Another piece that she did in collaboration with Greg Archuleta, made out of red cedar strips. An example of her print work. Jackson Paulus, another member of the faculty. He's sling it. He can do. He came into the art scene with skills, carving skills and 3D skills, and is now also involved in doing performance video work. Jackson Paulus is based both in Ketchikan, Alaska, and New York, and does work with a collaborative as well called the New Red Order. And here you see a performance by New Red Order at the Whitney Museum called The Savage Philosophy of Endless Acknowledgement, which was about land acknowledgement. As you can see here, some of the performers in front of this graphic. It was an interesting piece that actually prompted the Whitney to develop a land acknowledgement for themselves. And then, again, this is a work by him where he restored this pole. It's usually poles commemorate a special event or tell a story, but in this instance, it does tell a very particular story about somebody who refused to follow protocol to reciprocate a potlatch, and so he is remembered by a shaming pole. So he's like forever shamed, and so Jackson makes sure that this was refurbished and to maintain the shame a little longer. Tanya Linklater is another of our faculty members. Also very much invested in work within community as well as in some of these other Western venues. I can show you examples of things like the installation work, indigenous geometries that she did in collaboration with Tiffany Shaw Calling, who is an architect. And then I can show you another piece. This is a still from a video where she had performers dancing in front of some of the work installed at the Art Gallery of Ontario. I mentioned earlier that we're meant to be very international in scope, and so we've had a guest speakers including Brett Graham, who's Maori from Aotearoa, New Zealand. We've also had emerging artists like Ryan Fedderson, who talked to us about public art. She does a lot of public art installations. Nolan Dennis, who is a Bantu from South Africa, also shared with us some of his work and theories based on notions of decolonization and post-colonial theory. Amalia Cordova talked to us about film and the film festivals that she's helped to organize in the US, Latin America, and beyond, some of them in Europe and elsewhere. And we're coming to the end of our time, but I just wanted to also point out that we've been working with other organizations to try to have our students have access to institutions like Site Santa Fe. So they've been very good about reaching out to us and offering opportunities. For example, they have programming coming up with Nani Chacon, who's a muralist, and we'll have opportunities to engage with her practice there. Jeffrey Gibson, who's a very well-known contemporary artist, is going to also be producing work performance in their space, and we hope to be part of that project as well. Form and Concept is actually a commercial gallery here in Santa Fe, but they've also been very open to allowing us to have access to their space and also to collaborate with their programming. Another venue that we're in conversation with is Art Vault, which is an exciting new media gallery here in town, and so they've offered opportunities for internships to our students. And then finally, I'll say something about we're also working with Silicon Valley, and they're going to try to give us access to this interesting virtual reality design technology. So Teia Interactive is a company that'll be coming in to help us with that. I did want to mention that we partnered with MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. They have a program called the Art, Culture, and Technology Program. And at the moment, the collaboration has to do with programming, but hopefully it'll go beyond that. I can tell you, we just finished, before I got on this call, determining the date for our next collaboration, and that's going to be November 15th. We'll have a few Native curators joining us. Patricia Morgan-Norby from the Metropolitan Museum. We'll also have Heather Tone from First Americans Museum, which just opened a couple of weeks ago. And then also Anna Marie White, who is a curator based in Aotearoa, New Zealand. She's an independent curator and has been at the forefront of developing some of the indigenous-centered curatorial theories that we'll be engaging. So yes, that's the bulk of our programming there. If you have questions, please go to the IAIA website and look for the MFA in Studio Arts page, and that's where we have a more detailed outline of the admissions process and what the courses are about, as well as our faculty. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you everyone for attending the virtual open house. If you're on campus, you should be able to see this throughout all of the TV screens. Coming up next, we will have a performance in the Black Box Theater. That'll last between 2:30 and 3 p.m. So stay tuned.
Don't you dare say that. Like, how could you say that? Do you have something to do with it?
What? I don't know what you're getting at. But hey, I was clean. The cops said they didn't find anything. You saw them search my home.
Your home? But where's your car?
Got impounded. Left it in the wrong spot.
Gee, I wonder why.
What are you getting at?
I know you have something to do with my son's disappearance!
Hey, last I saw, he was just riding his bike.
And I saw you leave following him from our house, following him down the road. I know you have something to do with my son!
Getting hysterical. I have work. Things to do. You know, bad for you. I really do. Poking nose in business that isn't yours, like your son.
I know you have something to do with my son, and you will pay for it! You don't know what I've been through! You don't know what it's like to lose a son! He was my only boy! He was the only one I wanted! The only thing I needed in my life! And I know you took him from me!
Have you arrested for assault? But you know what? I'm gonna be nice. Let you far ahead where it shouldn't belong. I suggest you do the same. Stay out. Thanks for calling.
You know, hope you enjoyed that water. I got that water just for you. That is what you did for taking my son from me! He was the only thing I needed, the only one I loved!
That's rotting in hell.
Like you would do.
So these scenes the students wrote, created entirely on their own. They really are in a very early rehearsal phase here, so I'm very impressed with the work that they've done, given that they have only had a week or so, week plus to rehearse these. So this is something that they've been developing in a couple of different classes. They're now going to perform a very different scene that was created by a different student. So this was created by one of the students that was in this previous scene, and again, they'll introduce themselves at the end. And another student created the next one that you're going to see. While they're getting prepared, does anyone have any questions about the performing arts program here?
I have a question. Do you do performances to the general public?
We do. Now, we haven't been, because of COVID, yeah. So for the past, I guess, a little over a year and a half now, we've really mostly been recording and or live streaming stuff. But that said, we're starting to gear back up. This is really us dipping our toe into having larger public performances again. So we hope to be back doing that. We perform to like probably about 120 to 100 and maybe 30, 40 people in this space before. So we've done big shows, but it'll be a while probably before we get back to that. We do music as well, so this is just acting, but we also have music performances and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, come on, Grandpa! Man, you're getting caught in the doorway. Shit. Sorry, Grandpa. Come on. It's like,
Hey! Whoa!
sorry. Here to drop off my grandpa.
Harry Begay?
Yeah, this is Harry Begay.
All right, sweet.
Harry asked you.
Well, here, do you want to take a final selfie or something? That's what the kids usually do these days.
Sure, I'll take a selfie. Hey, Grandpa, these are for you. I need you to hold those. Grandpa, look right here. We're gonna take a photo. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay. Am I free to go?
Yeah, you're fine. We'll take care of it from here.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll be fine. We take care of all of our people.
Grandpa!
Hi, Mr. Big A. Are you ready to have some fun?
They're gonna take good care of you. Be safe.
Whoa, okay, my bad. Yeah, good. We're going to introduce you to your roommate. His name is Elliot. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to lose your flowers here. They don't make it easy on us. You don't care. Oh, God. Hey, I think I need some help. One of our guys. Oh, God, Dad! Junior? Oh. Give an old man a heart attack. Hey, man, one, two. This is your roommate. Have fun. Oh, press the big red button. Okay, get it. Grab.
Grandpa, drop me off.
Setting my timer right now. 30 seconds.
Spin all my free spins on fire up. Can you believe that?
Damn kids and their hip hop.
Great. All right, Anderson. Are you ready?
What's going on? What's wrong? Oh my God! Sir! Can you hear him breathing? Do you feel a pulse?
I don't know if I can find one. Hey, who's the lady who just left?
Oh,
it's okay. Get her!
Hey! Execute and get out of here.
So yeah, I'm taking my mask off because I've been requested to be a little louder. But if I can have all the students who were in those scenes come back out just to introduce yourselves again. Another round of applause for the great work that they did. So why don't we start on the far side there with Isaiah, if you want to introduce yourself.
I'm Isaiah Saints here. I'm a performing arts major. This is my third year here. I'm also from Winnebago, Nebraska.
Sorry. Yeah. Hi, my name is Montana Miller. Performing arts major. It's my first year. From Navajo Nation, Chib. Taba Nation, Shin, Bashin, touching the Shake, Ani Vishanella. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ellen Maldonado. I'm from the Pueblo of Acoma. I am a dual major in studio arts with an emphasis in printmaking and performing arts with an emphasis in acting/lighting. And I've been here this is my 4th year, so I'm finishing up my studio arts, and I soon will be finishing up performing arts with a bachelor's. Yeah.
I'm Sean Seymour. I'm from Palm Springs, California. I'm a performing arts major and specializing in acting. And yeah. Woo.
Thank you guys for coming.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you guys. Yeah, we got one or two other short things if you would like to say for those. Again, I'll give us a moment if there are any questions. So something that's really cool about this program is that this is the only Indigenous-centered performing arts program in the college that
certainly we know of.
Thank you for attending the virtual open house. Open house is located here on the IAIA campus at 83 Avan Nu Po Road. Here in Santa Fe, the zip code is 87508. Coming up next, in about 10 minutes or so, we're going to be watching a Raku firing from the academic building. So stay tuned. Behind the scenes view. What about that? We're going to take you from a behind the scenes look here on the IAIA campus as our remote videographer is walking through campus. It may be a little choppy. We have lower internet in certain parts of our campus. It's pretty large, 140 acres. So you're going to see here now a low res version of our remote camera operators walking to the next location.
If you want to. So we can just put you after Jade.
Are we just waiting for James?
Huh?
Are we waiting for James?
I don't know, I think I'm just going to start in, and then we'll factor him in. But I think they gave me the...
When the live stream's all set?
Yeah.
Anyone ready? Here, keep going. So, I think we're getting ready, yeah. I'm going to check this final one more time, and then it's the little clock that just needed to come off. And we're going to open it up. So, all right. Go. Come in here. That's it. It's not melted all the way, but it's pretty good. So everybody here looks nice. I think we're ready. All right, so I'm
We're
going to have you
live
help me
from
with
the
this. So I'm going to shut off the
ceramics
count.
section in the academic building.
Alright, this is going to be hot, so just get ready, right? And we're going to go straight up. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Alright. Hand to your tongue. You want to grab one piece and put it in. Nice, and then it'll go all the way over. And so come on over here. I'll let you go ahead and take the next one. Maybe take that one right there. Yeah. There you go. Nice. I'm going to take There you go. Good. Good. Okay, I'm coming through. Yeah, on the side. Can I grab that little star? Yeah. I think we'll put it in the same one. That's okay. Oh, okay, let's put it. So that'll come in there. Whoa. This one over here? Let's see. If not, we can start it up again, give it a little bit of oxygen. There's a nice little flame going. And so, yeah. I'll probably leave them for a few minutes in there. I'm in a flash pool then, so I have a bucket of water over here. I just want the glazes to kind of mix with that smoke effect a little bit, and then once that gets a little bit of more time in there, we'll probably pull them out and submerge them in a little bit of water, and they'll be ready. And that's pretty much it, which is super fun. It's very fast, right? We need to move fast. We need to make sure that the glaze is melted, that it's collected itself the way through before we even consider taking it out. So sometimes, especially during the colder seasons, it takes a little bit longer for that kiln to get up to the temperature that we'd want. So once we get it done, that's pretty good. And then I like to open things up occasionally and just let them catch on fire again if they do. Maybe you don't want to catch on fire. You needed another partner. You were so lonely in there. You needed something else that was hot. But that's it. So they'll hang out in there. I know that there's going to be a bronze pour. If you all want to swing by afterwards, we'll probably have them out so you can see sort of the visual of the piece once it's done. Sort of like the unveiling, which will be super fun. Yeah. Are there any questions that we can ask? Oh man. That's that's unfortunate. But we can fire some more pieces if you all want to see the film start up. I don't know if some of you weren't here. We can quickly put some pieces in there and start them up and do a quick other firing as well. Would that be nice? All right. All right, do you want to help me put some in there? Yeah. All right, so the kiln's going to be hot, so we want to keep our gloves on. I'm going to hand you. We only have 4 pieces left. So I'll put that in there. Do you want to hand these over? Now we're going to teach you. Let me put this in there. Okay. I'll put that one in. Thank you. And then, would you mind getting a brick from over there? Here. One of the tall ones I think will be good. Perfect. And we're just going to put that right in the middle. Put it right. Spinning up or? Yeah. Good. So, I think that's good. Where did I leave that? There you go. All right. So, again, we're going to leave that open. Right? So, I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to turn that on. And keep your gloves on. You're going to help me close it in a moment. Yeah. All right. Taylor, do you want to count us down? 3, 2, 1. Super exciting. Thank you.
Very important, right? Important to drink water, stay hydrated. And so we just loaded another Raku firing in there. It's probably going to stay in there for about 30 to 40 minutes again before we unload it. We have some pieces in these bins over here, and as we come in, just be cautious and careful that you don't touch them because they can burn you. So don't mess them up with your hands. We'll probably be opening these up in maybe the next 5 minutes and be doing sort of a flash cooling in a bucket of water to see the effect that we might have gotten out of that fire. All right. Thanks for joining me. It's super exciting to see so many folks here. Yeah, and thank you for practicing safe mask wearing. I appreciate it very much. Nice. Is there an opening at the top? There is, yeah. So there's a flue at the top where we can adjust how much that illness get. So we'll keep an eye on that. I want to just quickly introduce, if you all didn't get a chance to meet them, our students that are helping out with the firing. My name is Daisy Calorena, and I'm the ceramics professor here, but I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Silver Wolf. I come from the
Thank you for watching the Raku firing over at the ceramics lab. We're going to take a short break here, but coming up next, we have creative writing readers back at the Performing Arts and Fitness Center lobby. Stay tuned. We're going to head back over to the ceramics area. So here we go.
Okay. Yeah, that's really nice. Okay, do you want to grab the other one? Yeah. There you go, you got it. Fun taking it over? Yeah. Ooh, nice. Yeah. You want to grab the other one? There's one more star. Yeah, they got some nice color. Good job. So, I'll be able to take them out. Yeah, you can take them out and put them on the concrete. Oh no, I wouldn't stick my hand just in case. Can I touch it? Turn it around. I think the charcoal is it's still hot. I think it's just the can. Let's see. Let's take that other one out. So, this one has a really nice charcoal. So that one got a really nice sort of charcoal, some dark tones in those spaces, right? Yeah, go ahead. Here, I'll put it right there. Yeah, I'd still be careful. They're still kind of hot, so I wouldn't touch it. That was a pretty solid cast, so it's holding out to heat. So I probably be super careful with that.
Now the black, I'll call them veins. Is that intentional?
That's part of the stuff that you get. I'm gonna open this one up, Silver. You wanna grab some stuff from in there? We'll put them in my bucket as well. Are you ready? All right. Right now. Careful, slow and steady, okay? Nice, good job. Water in it. Last one up in there.
What if you put the forceps in the hole and push it like that?
You got it, you got it. You can. Sometimes our pieces are super fragile, so you don't want to put your head on. Right? Yeah. Got some nice, a little bit of marbling. This one has some nice wax resist on there, so you get that black, that structure black on there. Yes. Yeah. Should we take one more out? Yeah. Should we take that big one?
Coming up next, we are going to jump into the live in-person happening here in the Performing Arts and Fitness Center lobby, where creative writing students are going to be reading. Stay tuned.
She sprinkles aged rose petals on her twin's bed because it looks beautiful, and Caroline hopes that it will perhaps trigger her sister to come home again. Then she crawls beside the pile, dips her fingers in the pool of pink, and becomes a beast consumed with hate. She balls her fingers into a fist and punches the petals. They splash across the bed, and Caroline throws her face into the bedding. It still carries her scent after 5 months of bitter departure. From within the grove, Caroline looks above at the webbed canopy and snaps a picture. The way their limbs stretch out towards one another pushes her heart into her spine. This is like you and I. Caroline remembers the first time the girls stumbled upon the forest and how they laid for hours beneath the wire limbs. Will Mom and Dad worry about us? Asked Caroline. Seichia offered a soft smile, I don't think they'll even notice. Their conversations rattle inside Caroline's mind as she sinks into the soggy meadow under the trees. The cedar has dried and now crumbles at the lightest touch. Caroline takes her sister's old seashell and she sprinkles her prayers into its dip. The fresh smell seeps into her skin as she mumbles a plea to the spirits to take her away too. The sound of glass crashes outside her door, and Caroline hunches over the shell even more, hoping that it reaches up to her and pulls her down. She squeezes her eyes shut. Mom is wailing and father is shouting. Chaos reigns, but Caroline combats that battle with memories of her twin. Then this last piece was inspired by this webinar that's currently going around on the internet, and it's from one of my tribal elders. And a little bit before background, the Menominee and White Pine occupied an area in front of the Great Glacier that what we now know as Wisconsin, roughly 95,000 years ago. For years, there was like heavy glacial activity going back and forth, receding, preceding, and it drove all of the other plants south, even the maple. But the white pine remained, and it did not leave the Menominee. Together, we endured the Great Glacier's retreat and arrival, so forth, until one day it finally just completely went away. So mastering the tongue of glaciers and understanding their movements helped Menominee understand the environment in which we live in. So it's a part of our ecological traditional knowledge. The pulse of glaciers are within me, like Auntie's husky laughter beneath a thick summer sun. Somewhere out on Legend Lake, a baby earns their fins. I tell myself that I'm a writer. Diction thrums in my ears, but to tell the truth, some days all I hear are the epic roars of maple. Auntie shakes the river that slit the land and awakens the thunderbird. They come to scrape bleached memories from my spine. With kisses of white pine pollen and milkweed, the prayers of a million ancestors two-step on my tongue, and many do not understand that the breath from before fuels the flame of today. I erase, I rewrite, and I eagerly await for stories to unravel from my belly where I carry my relatives and their ceremonies. And that's it. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thanks again for being here. So we're going to have one more reader, and then we're doing the live stream at 3:30, and we're going to have Professor James Stevens just talk a bit about the department and then continue on with the reading. So the next reader is going to be Chantal Chi.
Can everyone hear me? I don't know. Okay. Okay. Okay, cool. I'm sorry. I want a clean space, a clear mind, a clear way to speak. Actually, let's start. Yad eshe Chantal Chin ishle, Kipta Chin ishle, Hashkanzo Bashichin, Tapan Dashite, Ki Ani Dashanella, Tensan Dazat Dat Nasha. Hello everyone, my name is Chantal Chi, prefer to call Chi. I'm on campus. My pronouns are she, her, they, them. And I'm also your ASG Public Relations at the moment. We're getting new officers, so be excited for that. I've been with creative writing for about 5 years now. So I started back in fall 2017 with my bachelor's, and then I started with associates right after that for studio arts. So it's a fun journey playing with studio arts and creative writing at the same time. So this is my piece called Cheese. Obviously. I love to dress up, okay? Okay, Chi's fit. Damn, Chi, what's your story? Who do you feel like today, Chi? Constantly pacing inside my brain. Do I wear this or that or what, Chi? What are you trying to visualize, Chi? Do I dare myself to ask my Twitter fans? Just do it, Chi. Wait, pick a number from 1 to 5. 2. Lucky number 2 for outfit for today. Collecting my thoughts together. Okay. I think I have something. Jeans, socks, shoes, shirt, hoodie, hat, and jewelry. A memoir ready to be shared about every item I am wearing. Now, ask me what my story is today. Sharing the excitement of how one little item represents many tales that have happened in my journey. Oh, you see these sparkling cool shoes? Well, not to brag, they're one of a kind. These socks too. The hoodie, well, I go thrifting or find good deals on hoodies. Jeans as well. Sometimes men's jeans are better. Hoodies and jeans are very rare for me to find. I want baggy clothes just for me to find my own body curves. Jewelry will always take the spotlight. Always on my right wrist is my turquoise and ghost bead bracelet, balancing both spirit and real world. Gifts from great relatives to elders, women from the flea market. Earrings. Let me show you. My grandmother collects as well. I would trade a pair from her for her to pick a purse bag from me. We act the same but different style. Shan, you going to Hawaii? No, Grandma. My Hawaiian shirt doesn't mean I'm going to Hawaii. My braids connect me to my relatives. My red ant instincts blinds me, builds me to the woman I am. I have my mother's hair as much as I want to cut it. Her precious voice reminds me, butter don't. So it's rare to imagine to see my long hair. Scrunchies is the only way to keeping it together. The clothes, the jewelry I wear each day has a purpose through the time I am on this earth. Continue to compliment each other's outfit, make someone's day, and don't forget to ask Chi about her fit today. Thank you.
Okay, Sego Skanagogo. I'm James Thomas Stevens. I am the outgoing chair of creative writing. The new chair who just came on is Kim Parko. But I'm here just to say a little bit about the program because I'm an alumni of the program. I graduated from here in 1990, back when we were on the old campus sharing it with College of Santa Fe. And I've seen it grow and seen us go from having classes out in portables and in the old Army barracks behind College of Santa Fe to this amazing campus that we have now. And it was about 5 of us, I believe, back in the late 1980s that were creative writing. So even though we're, I think, about 29 full-time majors, if I recall, I mean, that's a big program for us. And for a small number, relatively, we're making a huge impact on the field of Native American literature. And as somebody who teaches Native Lit, a Native Lit seminar, it's amazing to me how many people we have representing IAIA. If you look at the new Norton Anthology, for the first time in history, the Norton Anthology put out an anthology specifically of Native American writing, and I'd say about 60% of that easily are IAIA graduates. So we're a 4-year program that has 4 different genres, or 5 if you split up screenwriting and playwriting, fiction, poetry, creative nonfiction. And we also have a brand new journalism, Native American journalism certificate, where NBC had asked to partner with us and we have funding from them. So we're looking forward to that. And we already have graduates out in the Native journalism field. Some of you know that we also, I'm trying to remember how many years ago now, Anybody remember the exact date of the MFA program? I was teaching in it before, but it's been a while. We have an MFA program that's a low-res program, a low residency, which we called the first low-res REZ instead of the other low-res programs, where students just come here to campus twice a year, and they work with a mentor the rest of the year, online and through phone calls, and get feedback from their mentors, and that's been a really successful program. So we're proud of that and just proud of the growth. And we offer a lot of programs during the summer, so people for creative writing majors who are here who may be prospective creative writing majors, we do have summer programs where we pay to send students to different summer writing programs, including Naropa Institute, which is in Boulder, Colorado. We've got a Napa Valley one in California, the Idlewild. I think those are the three that come to mind right away. But also we've got quite a few scholarships available to you. And being a small department for students that keep their head in their studies and keep up with the writing, you are bound to get these, a scholarship or two along the way. And 4 of them are Truman Capote scholarships, which are $10,000 each. So make sure to look out for those. But want to welcome everybody and thank you all for reading, and welcome any prospective students. And if I can answer any questions, I'm around on campus, so look me up, James Thomas Stevens. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Alrighty, so I think we're still on the live stream, but next up is going to be Laverne Whitebear. If you can come up here and read, please. Thank you.
My heart is racing, so just please bear with me. So I'm going to do 3 pieces. One is old, one is older, one's a little less old, and one's new. Oh, my glasses. I haven't read this in a long time. It's called Pumpkin Hill. My heart lives in Montana. When I close my eyes, I find myself sitting on the concrete underneath Mikushi's clothesline. I played on it every day, hanging upside down, staring at the sky. Even now, I can close my eyes and it's a summer day. I hear the whippoorwill singing its beautiful song, a song that I will always associate with Mikushi and my life growing up on the Fort Peck Indian Reservation, Wolf Point, Montana. Mikushi's name was Mary Garfield Red Dog Knorr. She was born in August of 1900. She stood almost 6 feet tall. She married Clifford Red Dog, was widowed, and then married William Knorr. My mother, Jolene, descends from her daughter, Laverne Red Dog Miller, and I descend from Jolene, making Mikushi my great-grandmother. I met Mikushi in 1974, the year I was born. My mother was 16 when she had me, and 2 years later gave me to Mikushi to raise, as my mother was too young for the responsibility of caring for a baby. Being just a girl herself, it may sound sad being given away, but I realize now in my 42nd year that she gave us a gift, the gift of one another, and that's how it would be. We took care of one another. She filled a space in my heart, and I filled a space in hers. If I could change any of it, I would not. I wouldn't have had it any other way. One time while I was cooking us fried eggs, I accidentally spilled the hot grease down the outside of my right calf. The scar still remains even after 30 years. I mention this as its presence is permanent. It happened while I was still with her. Sometimes when life gets really bad, when my mind goes to shit, I will selfishly call her to me. She shows me she's here. She comes as a strong wind, a slammed cupboard, or sometimes a rattle. Once, during an exceptionally hard time, she came rushing through the back door of our house and stood behind me. I could feel her. I could smell her. She felt worried. She scared me. I couldn't bring myself to turn around to see her, but I knew she was there. Our days were filled with people coming, bringing little gifts or food. In turn, they'd receive stories and probably that good feeling that lingers in your heart after having been in the presence of a cherished elder. The cul-de-sac we lived in had many tribal houses. Of course, everyone knew everyone, likely related by blood or just having been taken as a relative. I am sad not to remember all the names. There was a Kushi named Mary. She lived kitty corner from us, all the way across in a wintergreen duplex. 30 years later, as an officer, I would participate in processing a suicide in that same duplex, the first I'd ever seen. She would make pan bread every day, and she would send it over to us in a large paper butteries bag. I can still taste that bread. I can still smell its memory. We battled cockroaches my whole childhood. It was normal to see them scatter when the light would flick on. The house had an underlying smell of them, drying deer meat, freshly killed geese, pan bread, and sweetgrass. In Mikushi's closet that was covered with a long cotton sheet, on the top shelf were stacks of ice cream buckets, maybe 3 high and 4 across, of dried tipsina. She'd have me get up there for something at times, and so I'd stand on a high stool and pick one up and shake it. Once I shared a cigarette with her. She told me she used to smoke when she was younger. I showed her the cigarette, claiming I'd found it outside. She told me to find a match, and we shared a smoke. After she died, I'd go to where she's buried up on Pumpkin Hill. Her grave is now just a mound of dirt. Her plate is gone and some weeds have pushed their way up. I would lay down next to her grave. I'd cry and tell her that I was there and just talk to the ground. Sometimes I'd sleep. I would tell her how much I miss her and I hope that she's okay. I wish I could see her. I wish I could talk with her. I wish I could hug her. I wish I could tell her about my life since she's been gone. I wish that I had known it would take me 25 years to speak of her without crying. That I would miss her every day of my life. Even now, my throat begins to clench as I think of her, and so many times past, our life together defines me. Well, that was hard. Oh. Okay. This is called Rumbling Light. Rumbling light, thundering along as that low growl. It was coming. Epochs of time have passed. The mighty beast stalked each step, shaking Inamaka and all who dwelled within her. The vibration of his hoofbeats were felt all the way to his ancestors, Daku Shkashka. He found his way to the growing things, medicines, rooting and foraging, its hoofs relishing the feel of the black fertile earth beneath, cultivating its lifeblood as it made its way throughout its body, finding and strengthening every tendon and muscle, causing its beautiful golden brown pelt to grow thick. Its mind was growing, its consciousness of this day and its awakening, inspiring it to move forward. It was truly an amazing beast. For a long, long while it had gone away. It had sought its nourishment from other planes of consciousness and of time, ready to return when the seekers were ready, always knowing that it would return again. Looking outward, it reminded him of times past when Tatanka Owasana roamed this place. He stopped with sudden realization that he was alone, Ishnana. At once, there at the creek stood the heron. He was drinking from the ancient waters. He paused, noticing that he was being watched. He shook his beak and straightened his feathers. He stood tall, on one leg, stretching his long neck, saying to his brother, "Brother, do not be afraid, for I am with you. I will protect you. I have a message for you. These ones you look for, they are coming. They have not forgotten you. They are only now just awakening." Tatanka then accepted his sadness, his aloneness, knowing that he and his relatives, so many like him, were meant to return, and Inamaka would again become whole. The earth on which he stood was vast, his eyes absorbing every piece of the landscape. His heart began to remember this place, home. He was hungry. It rumbled in his belly like thunder rolling through the sky. It was a hunger like he had never known. He began to eat ravenously, his snout pushing and pushing into the earth. He was rewarded with the hardiest roots. The black soil received the turning that it needed. The long-forgotten seeds were shook awake, their eyes slowly opening. Animals and other living things who called the soil home emerged to greet him. They were happy to see their brother again, their kinsman, for they too had gone away. His rooting encouraged all of them. More beings began to awaken and began to move about, yawning and stretching from their unintended sleep. Forgotten flowers began to push their way up toward the sky, being born one by one, their faces smiling at one another as if to say, "We are together again at last." The earth and all who lived there had slumbered while awaiting this tremendous day. The metaphorical beast in this story is our brother, the Tatanka. We believe that we are actual relatives with them. We are the Tatanka Oyate, the buffalo people. The Tatanka is rousing to life as our indigenous languages. Many articles exist on the loss of language. We recognize that what we are experiencing is not a loss, but a time of rest, a time of repose, if you will. The same may be said of our people as a whole after attempts at our complete extermination. After attempts at our complete extermination were thwarted by us, the survivors, the remnants, the scraps. One more. So, as I said in the beginning, this one is new, and this one is really rough. This is going to be extremely hard to read. I just call it stream. Who is worthy of my paper to pen? Who is worthy of my pen to paper? Who is worthy of my thoughts and expressions being used to explain my feelings of them? Tracy, she is the one. She is the one who believed when I didn't even know how to spell the word. She is the one who pushed me to do better, to be better, to hold myself when all I wanted to do was run. She challenged me, and a challenge is something to never dare me to do, because I will accept that challenge, because I am not a quitter or one to back down. I backed down too much in my life already, and it cost me much. Tracy in her field of flowers, the flowers she cared for as her children. Why does she care like that? What happened with her and her husband, the one she left in Santa Fe? The man I hate for hurting her, even though she never told me what he'd done. That characteristic of me is the one that makes the mother dog in me come out. Don't hurt who I love. Don't you dare. I wish someone had protected and felt like that for me, that held me above all else, even though I may not have deserved it. Where is that bastard anyway? I suppose he's rolling around WP as I speak, looking little girls up and down, licking his disgusting black lips and wondering what he could do to them. Well, I say fuck him. I hope the train gets him when he finally has himself believing that he could make it. I hope that it smashes his brain and cuts him in two. I used to worry about his kids and his dumb wife, the wife who stayed when she had to know that he was ruining lives. These are the places my words are born. From these places, from where I have attempted to stitch myself into a whole person, a real girl, not one who's fake, one who is in control of her life after years and years of feeling exploded in my mind and running on Pepsi and dreams. This piece is pissing me off and making me want to cry, but F crying, F feeling bad for myself, F you. That shit don't live here no more, you hear me? Okay, so now you started this. Let's talk about her, the one who had to die in order for me to live. The one, that one, that one, that one with black plastic pink cushion curlers and her pitch black bottle hair. I see her lying on the Davenport, smelling like booze and Salem's. That one. The one who I am bigger than now, the one who cannot hurt me, the one who cannot make me cry, the one who I took all the power away from after she put me on the plane back to where my life begins and ends. She is the one who I allowed to define me for so long, and I hate her, and I love her, and I miss her, and I wish she could see me for all that I am now. I wish she could see me and be proud of me, but that will never be, and she will never see me and who I am now. She will never, and that has to be okay, because it could make me crazier, and I don't need to go there again. I barely made it out of there the last time. Have you ever allowed yourself to wonder what death is like? The final moment, what goes through your head? Does it hurt? Do they really come for you? Do you see Jesus? I have to believe that we go somewhere, and it's okay to me to believe in whatever you believe, because I believe in a fool like me, one who dared to do good, who dared to want more, dared to be more, to reach into that hole in that tree that stood behind her house and pull out the tiniest of eggs to cradle while savoring the reddest raspberry juice from the bush just beyond the fence, remembering that group of white boys who were nice to me, but I was afraid of the one named Jason. He liked to be called Ace. I wonder if I ever went with them, what would become of me? Would I be a name on a poster in San Diego? That's it.
Thank
A drum is intended to be heard. You feed them, take them for fresh air, and give them a chance to listen. Ours sits in the corner, and for never being used, he looks worn and tired. Tambe Sedo. He is clothed in tight sinew and a lively floral orange scarf to keep him warm. But mostly he slumbers in the corner, unheard and unknown to visitors. He has lived in this home longer than me. Without a singer in these walls, there's no opportunity for his awakening. There are 2 boys, and only boys are allowed to sing. But the boys are young and living like heroes. Instead of a poster of Superman, our home has Popeye on the walls. He wore his hair long and tied with coral. Coral defends the wearer from prying eyes and bad intentions. He rode a donkey, not a horse, because they are sure-footed and steady, and that's necessary for a superhero. He couldn't fly, so he painted his sidekick for speed. He smeared his face with naposhun and wore red silk for a cape. The little boys run around with their shirts off, riding the res dogs, pretending to be him, the protector of this place. The boys have two different fathers, and neither of them have the desire to live here. Living in a traditional home comes with cultural responsibilities. The Vigas rain dirt daily, held together by only straw and mud. The walls are so thick there is no cell phone service, and the outside washes away after a heavy storm. The sun floods us from the east because we have no windows on the west. The west wall is connected to other homes, and there is no yard. We belong to the people. Privacy is a luxury that I suppose men crave. Let's move into this Pueblo woman's heart and crack the adobe walls. I wonder if my grandmother would be disappointed. Our windows are thick glass, but do not keep people from looking in. Adobe homes had lace windows. The women would gather and trade their favorite fabrics, reds for winter, yellow for summer, divvy them up and sew each other dresses. Giggling and teasing, braiding hair and stories with ribbons. The leftover material would be cut for the windows. Lace would ripple off the floors in the fall, letting in the morning light. The ladies would save the special lace for their daughters when they married, so they could hang the womanhood to their windows. As a favor to my father, I keep the lace tacked up. You could buy real curtains, I'll hang them up for you, men have offered. They miss the point. Their mothers should have shared this with them. It would hurt father's feelings if I forgot the old ways. He is the boy who lived in the home with the drum long before the remodel. He slept on the floor with countless cousins, waking up to the smell of tortillas and tewa between his grandmother and grandfather. These were the days when children were given to their grandparents to raise, if a family had too many. He was the extra. He played sheriff, complete with a crooked cowboy hat that fell over his ears. He would push it out of his eyes, lassoing the res dogs and pigs. Some boys want to be the cowboy, some Popeye. Neither of them touches the drum. Next is a collection of things about clouds. 1. No one had reached up into the sky before, but he licked his fingers like testing the wind and whipped the cloud into his palm, pulling on stickiness and static, zapping his hair wild, sizzling a little. He rolled the cloud into a ball between his hands and popped it into his mouth. It tasted pink. 2. He was blinded in Japan from watching the bomb go off. The mushroom cloud sprung from the ground like a seed blossoming, delicate and smooth, deliberate and natural. His prison cell trembled and the ceiling dropped down around him, but he was rooted, like the evergreens of the home mountains. The explosion clouded his left eye, forever fixed on that land. 3. Rays peek out high above the edges of the clouds, straight like arrows of a compass. What are they pointing to? I trace the firm edges of sunlight while the coffee gurgles and the children stretch. Maybe mom is combing her hair with them as I sip. 4. She doubts that we prayed for her because prayers are for gentle, peaceful things. She is not that. She is a storm cloud, smelling like mud and soaked grass. She is volatile, and no one can put their arms entirely around her. She does not curve around unicorns or belong to them. They belong to her. At dusk, she rides them and gallops full speed towards parties in the sky with piñatas that explode like purple grenades. He's in the podium. I better hold on to this. 5. Circling bulls stir up dust clouds. Why are you on my back? I am not from around here. Hooves dance to their life songs, crowds cheering, the sun on their hides. There is no rodeo music to a bull. Rhythm bounces off of their horns. Mama, I want to be a bull rider. 2 life songs clouded in dirt and sometimes blood. 6. Big names removed themselves from the Super Bowl ads. They put those millions elsewhere, lifting a dusty cloud off our eyes, and no, we did not laugh as much on commercial breaks with our tewa tacos and cowboy boots, but we were proud of them. Then, on the 4th of July, our casino hosted the best fireworks show to date, made in China. We think they even brought a dragon. 7. A bloodless conquest is like a cloudless sky, blue and only before a storm. You parade and holler in heaven and hell, celebrating your victory and claim on these hills. You mount the backs on the clouds like geldings, riding them around. Don't misinterpret. We are glad for your granddaughters, but no more smoke clouds. They ought to know why heaven is so full. And the last piece. Through a millennia of wind and rain. I've seen lightning storms across the plains of Oklahoma. Steady, building and building until they break all night long, oblivious to their wreckage. That is how she announced herself. Her heart echoed like the hooves of horses leading a war chariot, over the earth to battle. Already she was everything I was not, decorated for war. She built a hunger in me. She left me feeling full. She reminded me we wished for her, pulled on the Milky Way, begging for a drop of luck. When she finally filled my belly, she absorbed every cry and every prayer to the moon. She survived thunderstorms, lightning strikes, and lonely nights. I prayed she light the way for you the way she comforted me. In the early light, I couldn't tell if I was praying for her or for you or for me anymore. Her name would be the deity of the earth. I imagined the goddess rode in a chariot, too. Our daughter is the fossils, the lava beds, the seeds, and the obsidian that withstand all storms. She was the result of battles. She was the rock formations forged over a millennia of wind and rain. I had just birthed the earth. Thank you.
Thank you for watching the virtual open house. Currently, you're watching a view of the dance circle. And as you can see here in Santa Fe, New Mexico, it's a beautiful day. Thank you to everybody who has attended virtually and who has attended in person. We still have an hour to go. And coming up in about 7 minutes, we are going to broadcast the bronze pour. That's going to be located in the Foundry building. It's going to be an exciting event. So we have remote camera operators on standby. So we'll bring that to you here in a few moments. Meanwhile, we'll just show you this view of the dance circle and stay tuned. Thank you. Thank you for watching the bronze pour in the Sculpture and Foundry building. That was exciting. We are going to wrap up here the live stream event at 5 p.m. Stay tuned. Between now and 5 p.m., we'll have various scenes from campus. So enjoy this view of the dance circle. Thank you. Welcome back. You're still at the Sculpture and Foundry building. This is a glass blowing demonstration. Here you go.
So this is my glue stick. So that's the piece. This is the top, that's the bottom. I'm getting ready to turn it around so I can work on the top. That's what you see me working on my Yeah, like right now, that's 1,000 degrees. So if I gave it to you, your hands would burn, and it would break. So you could be in pain and you wouldn't have any. So I have to put it in the box. It cools slowly overnight, that way it won't break. And that's everything we do.
So this, so like, how much does it take to like, kind of like, not really doing nothing, but kind of understand how to like manage it?
The people in the class will know by the end of the semester to be able to do something. Yep. And I put the water on there so it'll break. And then I put it in my box over here. So I just get one more tap and it's straight off. Okay? And it sits in that box overnight. That's called the needle. Everything we do, is, other than the rods on the ground, we put in the box here, otherwise it'll break. Glass is cool slowly, so it doesn't like it. Any other questions?
Like,
Oh my God. Go ahead, you can have it. But if you touch it, you'll get burned.
oh, touch your hands.
Yeah. That happens a lot. We don't know. Yeah. So
What is the profession called?
We're still broadcasting live from the IAIA Campus. Stay tuned.
later, Doug. I'll show you those boots.
Okay.
Ready?
We're now broadcasting live from the Performing Arts and Fitness
So
Center
you can
lobby.
stand right here and go ahead and introduce yourself if you like. And then, what was your favorite part about the open house today?
My name is Kristen Yellow Kidney, and I have to say my favorite part was the counseling team and I are working on a campaign called Reasons Why I Live Today. And we had a lot of fun making photos of volunteers who wanted to participate in the campaign. We explored emotions and had people act out different emotions with their face, and I made photos. And it was a good time. There was a lot of laughing and involved. So, yeah, it was fun. Good?
Thank you.
No problem.
Have a good one. You're welcome.
Like some spice? I don't need that much. Okay. This is our open house flyer that we have with all of our. Okay. Well, we have questions that was using some of the sculptures down in the family down tree. They just wrote titles. Okay. That I do not have those here. Okay.
Yeah. So Veronica would ask you questions real brief. Okay. So head over there.
Okay. All right. I can talk to Veronica. See you later, James.
Hey.
Hey.
So we have our camera right here, and if
Okay.
you can go ahead and introduce yourself, and then tell us what was your favorite part about today's open house.
Okay, my name is Doug Boots. I've been a student here, and I'm also adjunct faculty in the creative writing department. And so I did come for the creative writing reading specifically. If I had been here earlier, I would have gone to the bronze floor also, because that's pretty spectacular. And yeah, just to say, I really enjoyed being on the campus and hearing live voices, people moving around, hearing the creative writing department readers, and just hanging out and talking to everyone. A lot of people I haven't seen for a while, so that was good also.
Some of your students read?
Yeah, Laverne White Bear, she's in my class, so she read, and actually that was a piece that she wrote for the class, so I encouraged her to read that, and it was the last piece she read, so I think it lived up to my expectations and more. It was really hard for her to read too. I know it was an emotional piece, and I talked to her afterward, but she was glad she did it too. And it was also good to see some of the other readers who I've had in classes in years past and even had classes with, just to see how their writing and reading skills have matured over the years. It's really pretty amazing, I felt like, actually. Chantel and Charlene.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I remember, I don't want to use other people's names if I shouldn't, but one of the students, I just remember when she'd come into the learning lab, she was very quiet, very soft-spoken, very shy, you know. And then the piece she read today was like really out there. She was really performative. It was really good to see.
That's cool. That's awesome.
Talking too much?
No. But yeah, thank you.
Okay.
You can
All
keep
right.
going if you want, but you can stop.
No, I should probably stop.
Okay.
I usually get myself in trouble when I talk too long, so or quit while I'm ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
It was
Thank
good
you.
to see you, Doug.
All right.
We'll
Take
see
care.
you.
It's good seeing you. I'm here Mondays and Wednesdays. I get off about 11:50 from class.
Okay.
Get
Okay.
coffee or
Maybe
something.
we'll get lunch or something.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. We have our shot right here, so we want to step up a little bit closer.
Okay.
And then if you would like to introduce yourself, and then tell us what was your favorite part about the open house today.
Okay. My name is Veronica Bustamante. I am the admissions specialist here at IAIA. And the most interesting and fascinating to me today was all of the students that came from afar, from Mescalero, and also from here in Santa Fe, from the College Early Opportunity School. So it was a welcome to see students coming into IAIA that are really interested in attending IAIA. So that was the most important, and I think the most fascinating to me, just seeing all the students and all the guests that we had here today. We had a really good turnout, and IA is a great place to be. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
You have any more questions?
No, that's all.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks. Have a good one.
All right. Thank you.
Here we are again, broadcasting from the Performing Arts and Fitness Center. We just heard from a few people who attended the event, some who worked it. We're going to be closing up here with Dr. Martin and the IAI ambassador here in about 10-15 minutes. Stand by.
Bye, ladies. Have a good day. Thank
too.
you.
Jason.
Hi.
Hi, Jason. Can I ask you a question?
It's not teaching. Oh.
We're broadcasting live here from the IAIA Campus.
Oh.
I want to thank everybody for coming out today. We had a great open house in person and online as well. So the students, faculty, and staff were great, and everybody came together to have the community, the general public visiting our campus again.